Hold up. Hold up. 1 second. One second. 1 second. I'm not representing. That's my fault. Whoopsie. I'm coming. That's my bad. I forgot to put my damn jersey on. What kind of nonsense is that shit? All right. Let me make sure my audio is working properly. It should be. Last night was pretty fun. We're good. We're good. And same rules apply. You know, the Dolphins make picks. I'm going to be taking a shot. Obviously, we didn't have any picks last night, so I didn't take any shots. But that will change today. I'm excited. I have my good old Dolphins shot glass. So I'm excited. I'm excited to get this shit going. Let me tweet this out real quick. All right, bet. Let's go. Let's go. Steelers are on the clock. Are they? I mean, are they already on the clock? I mean, either way, I mean, the Steelers are up. They went and took Broderick Jones last night, which was a pretty good pick for them. They really needed some O-line help. They have needed that for a few years now. So shout out to the Steelers in that regard. They could still use O-line help, and DeJuan Jones is still sitting right there. I think that'd be a upgrade over Okafor. They could use guard help. I mean, they could improve the left guard spot for sure. James Daniels at right guard is fine. So like a Steve Avila could be okay. They could always use receiver, even though the receiving core is actually not bad. Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, Allen Robinson, Calvin Austin. And Calvin Austin didn't really get to play. But I think that fifth spot could definitely be upgraded at some point. It doesn't have to be tonight. I think Anthony Miller, Gunner, don't know how to pronounce that. I think that could probably be upgraded for them. So, yeah, I'm excited. Still quite a few players, pretty good players available. And we'll see what goes on here, man. The Steelers got another pick in the second round, huh? They pick at 18. That's interesting. Let me go ahead and get the Cardinals pulled up too, because they are after the Steelers. Should be a pretty fun night. Should be a fun night. We won't be picking for quite a while. It is what it is. I'm excited for it, though. Steelers really could go quite a few different routes. I mean, they really could use some cornerback help too. Patrick Peterson ain't what he once was, and he's getting older. And overall, that cornerback room is pretty light. There are still guys available if they want to go that route. Let me see my cornerback listing. I thought Terrell Smith. No, he didn't. That was Deontay Banks. Yeah, you still got Khalil Ringo from Georgia, Terrell Smith. This guy went. Julius Brent, DJ Turner, Garrett Williams, Derek Luter. Like, I wouldn't take those guys here. But, a Khalil Ringo or a Terrell Smith, I think would be pretty reasonable here. Edge rusher and linebacker is really bad. Cole Holcomb and Landon Roberts are there. Yeah, they got to go linebacker, man. Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson, Noah Sewell, if you really want him. I mean, Drew Sanders here would make a lot of sense for the Steelers. That'd be a really good pick for them. They could go D-line. Someone like a Carl Brooks could be a decent option. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, all the 3-4 defensive ends, it'd be kind of early to be taking him here. So, yeah, I'd probably go linebacker. Edge could be something they could look at because they could use some help there. BJ Ojulari could be there. Tuli Tuipulotu would be a decent option here too. I would take BJ Ojulari first. Keon Smith at some point is going to go. So we'll see. There's still plenty of solid players available. Pretty much all the tight ends besides Dalton Kincaid are still available. So we'll see. We will see. They still haven't announced if the Steelers are on the clock yet or not. I don't think they are. They always make this so painfully slow. But it is what it is. I can't wait for this, man. I really can't. Yeah. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's get the Steelers on the clock and let's get this started. I've kind of already given my Steelers talk already. Broderick Jones was a pretty good pick last night. Linebacker would make a lot of sense for them. Edge could make some sense. You know, the top two linebackers in this draft, in my opinion, are still there, and Trenton Simpson and Drew Sanders. You still got BJ Ojulari at edge to kind of help out TJ and Alex Highsmith. All right, you're going to have this song and dance. I mean, I get it, but yep. Absolutely. That's awesome. Happy to see the armed forces representing, but let's get this popping. I want to get on to the Cardinals pick already. And the Steelers aren't even on the clock. I think the Steelers should be looking to go receiver at some point, but I wouldn't go receiver here. I mean, they need linebacker, edge, corner. Those are all positions in need right now. They could go even guard and get like Steve Avila. So we'll see. Come on. Yeah, thank you for your service, but let's get the first pick. Yeah, let's get it going. Steelers will be kind of interesting this year, man. Whole AFC is interesting. All right, Steelers are on the clock. Let's go. Let's go. Yep. That's crazy. The 32nd overall pick for Chase Claypool, a guy that the Steelers were kind of already sick of anyway, and a receiver that doesn't create space. That is the emphasis of a Bears move. I'm going to be using ESPN's draft board instead of the NFL, instead of NFL.com's. I'm hoping that theirs will be a little bit more stable. Steelers are taking a little bit of time, even though they've had almost. I mean, they've had time to make this decision. They know who's available. They should already know what they're doing. I'm ignoring that. All right, come on. They're taking a while. You would have thought that they would have had their pick figured out by now. They must be talking to somebody at this point. There's plenty of guys available for them at positions of need. Corner, linebacker, edge, tackle. DeJuan Jones, Drew Sanders, Khalil Ringo if you want to go that route. Terrell if you want to go that route. There's a lot of routes they could go here. Like I said, I think that receiver is definitely a position that they should look at later, but not now. I don't think any of the guys available are better than the guys I just named. But there are still guys like Jalen Hyatt, Jonathan Mingo, guys that can really play, and I am excited to see where they go. But I don't think going here would make a ton of sense. But they could use a little bit of receiver, but their receiving core is fine as it is right now. I mean, Pickens, Deontay Johnson, Allen Robinson, I mean, that's pretty solid. Their cornerback room is pretty bad. The linebackers are real bad. I'd probably go linebacker here just because linebackers run out pretty fast. Same with edge. I think either position is a pretty good option for them. But I don't know. It kind of seems like they're going to trade this with how long they're taking. Pick is in. Pick is in. Fantastic. Let's get it moving. Could be Steve Avila. He'd be also a very good player. They do need help at left guard. So we'll see. We will see. Can we announce the pick already? This kind of feels like a first-round pick just because we are used to having 32 picks. So, Chase Claypool, was he a second or third-round pick? I can't remember. Let me check. Like originally when the Steelers drafted him. He was a third, wasn't he? Let me see. He was a second. Okay. So they draft Chase Claypool in the second. He has a pretty good rookie campaign. He becomes kind of a headache in the locker room and can't create any space. And then they trade him and get a basically first-round pick in return. All right. Can we please announce this pick already? All right. Oh, yeah. Day 2, they always got the former players announcing the pick, which makes it take longer. Oh, Panica looks good. There you go. I almost forgot Joey Porter was available. Why was I talking about like Khalil Ringo and shit? Just because it doesn't seem like he should be available. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. And also he's going to the Steelers, which is really cool. Going obviously to the same team as his dad. It's crazy to me that he fell to the second round. And he fits what the Steelers do. He's good in press man, very physical guy. Very much has a Steeler mentality. And he's going to be really good in zone as well. I think he fits what they're going to do very well. Very big corner. Very happy to see him go there. I think that's a fantastic fit. And honestly was kind of the obvious choice. I just, for some reason, had a brain fart and forgot it was even available. I was looking at my cornerback room, and for some reason, I looked right past his name just because he should have been gone already. That's a fantastic pick. Let me get the Lions pulled up, and then I'll talk about the Cardinals. So, the Arizona Cardinals. Let's take a look. So, last night, the Cardinals drafted Paris Johnson at 6th overall. They still need edge. Pretty bad. Oh, yeah. Jonathan Ledbetter is even. Yeah, that's pretty bad. B.J. Ojulari would make a lot of sense. Defensive tackle they could use. Just general D-line, but I mean, Carl Brooks, I guess, is there, but I'd go B.J. Ojulari over him. Corner, like I said, Khalil Ringo. Guys like that are available if they want to go that route. Yeah, I'd probably go B.J. Ojulari. You could go guard as well and get a guy like Steve Avila and plug him in at left guard. Potentially could even play center for you if you need him to. You can do both. I do prefer him at guard. They could use some running back depth, but I wouldn't draft any of these guys here. And also, they're trying to trade D-Hop, so receiver could make some sense if they want to go get like a Jalen Hyatt or Cedric Tillman if they like him in that way. Whatever their top receiver is at this point. Cardinals haven't proven that they know how to draft. Paris Johnson at number 6 is pretty early for me. I think he's slightly overrated. Good player, very talented player. Has all the physical gifts. I just think he's kind of raw. I think B.J. Ojulari makes a lot of sense for the Cardinals. But whatever. Whatever. Oh, we got a trade. All right, Titans are on the clock. Could this be a quarterback? They apparently don't believe in Malik Willis. This could be Will Levis or Hendon Hooker. They do need receiver. They could use edge as well, so B.J. Ojulari also makes sense here. But I assume if you're trading up for a quarterback. Yeah, pick is in immediately. And you're jumping ahead of Detroit, who could potentially take a quarterback to develop under Jared Goff. So that makes sense. And I wonder if you do trade Will Levis, can you get anything at all from Malik Willis? Can you get any value out of him? Probably not, right? Let's go. Let's announce the pick. Like I said, they do need receiver. I don't really like any of the receivers in this way. Steve Avila could make some sense. I still think they could use edge. But I assume you don't trade up for B.J. Ojulari. I assume. Let's go. Make the pick. I assume this is either Will Levis or Hendon Hooker. All right. Yeah, Will Levis. That makes sense. So Will Levis, very tough quarterback. Has played through a lot of injuries. Is used to playing with a bad offensive line. Now that doesn't mean you should have a bad offensive line on purpose. You should still build that up. But he's done it before. Pretty solid arm, shows flashes of accuracy, can throw with some touch, can throw with velocity. His decision making, though, I think could use a lot of work. I think he's a pretty solid prospect. I expected him to go in the first round. But yeah, shout out to the Titans. They got another quarterback. Hopefully, they can let Tannehill start and not force Will Levis to come in right away. I think letting him develop, I think, would be the best bet. He is more of a pocket passer, but he absolutely does have mobility and can get run after contact just because he is a bigger guy. So, I like him. Will he does have a tendency to lower his shoulder, and just kind of try to run through people. And there's good and bad sides of that, right? You worry about him taking unnecessary injuries, but at the same time, him being able to do that in the right situation is a bonus. So, take the good with the bad in that regard. Let's move on to the Detroit Lions. They took Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell last night. Edge could make sense still. I don't think Charles Harris is really that crazy good. I think adding B.J. Ojulari to at least be a rotational piece could make some sense. Beyond that, they could go tight end. Brock Wright's not great. That is something they could do. They could go receiver. Jameson Williams is going to be suspended for a while. They could do a lot of things. They could go corner. There's still some corners available. Pick is in for the Lions. They didn't particularly draft very well last night, in my opinion, even though the last 2 years were pretty solid from Detroit. I think Jahmyr Gibbs was pretty weird. He's a good player, just weird where they drafted him. All right. Damn. That's gonna irritate Dolphins fans. A lot of y'all were really wanting Sam Laporta, and I like him a lot too. I'm not as high as some people are. The highly targeted player, 6'3", 245 pounds. His blocking isn't that great, but he is a yak demon at tight end. Very, very strong. Is a very willing blocker. He just needs to improve in that regard. Has a good idea of how to beat zone coverages. Pretty good route runner for a tight end. Very hard to tackle. Really solid hands. Really solid player that I was kind of hoping would slide. That really sucks. I was hoping, he would kind of slide a little bit. The Lions have 2 more second-round picks. Holy crap. How'd they get so many early picks? All right, let me pull up the Colts and Rams. All right, looking at the Colts. That clock is ticking. Corner is still a pretty big need. They could still use a right guard. I still don't like Bernard Raymond. So I think they could still use a left tackle, but I don't know if they're going to give up on him so soon. Receiver is a massive need for them. So, I mean, they could go a lot of different ways. That is upsetting. Raiders. The Raiders are up. I wonder what they gave up to get the Colts pick. Let me give you some Raiders talk, I guess. They drafted Tyree Wilson last night. Pretty solid pick. Corner is still a need. Defensive tackle is something they could use, but I wouldn't really want to take any of those guys right now. They could potentially go Avila. And I don't know. They could probably use Oh, yeah, they could definitely use linebacker. I mean, Drew Sanders would make a lot of sense here. Or Trenton Simpson if they prefer. I assume that Robert Spillane, I assume that they don't want him to stay as their Mike linebacker forever. Lions are picking weird, though. They're very weird. I don't understand their draft. Sam Laporta, I mean, they're drafting good players. It's just weird where they're picking them. The value it doesn't match up. All right, pick is in for the Raiders. There goes tight end, Michael Mayer. I didn't think they would go tight end. They have Austin Hooper and O.J. Howard. Oh, man, the tight end run. This is scaring me. Michael Mayer is a solid player. Really good hands, really solid blocker. Decent enough athlete. Pretty solid player. Shout out to the Raiders. I mean, I could see them upgrading that position. I just kind of thought that they would kind of stick with Austin Hooper for a year. I think Austin Hooper, O.J. Howard, I don't think that's necessarily that bad of a tight end room. But Raiders are going to do Raiders things. But hey, whatever. Keep pushing Darnell Washington down. I'm kind of thinking he's not going to fall to us at this point. I was hoping Sam Laporta might, though. All right, now we got the Rams, and their pick is in already. Let me pull up the Seahawks so I can have them ready. All right, Rams. They could use some receiver help pretty majorly. They definitely need offensive line. They need all the offensive linemen, really. Corner, especially after trading away Jalen Ramsey. Edge, man, they could really draft anything. Steve Avila, B.J. Ojolari, whoever their top corner is at this point. Maybe a guy like Jalen Hyatt or Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs, whatever their top receiver is. I mean, they like Tyler Higbee, so I don't think this will be a tight end. But beyond that, I really don't know. Let me mark that. I forgot to mark that Will Levis got drafted. Just kind of marking players as they get drafted on my board. That way I can see very quickly who I still have on my board. Cool. I mean, pick is in for the Rams. They didn't really waste any time. I mean, like I said, they can kind of just take BPA at this point. They need everything. Do they not have a single quarterback on the roster besides Stafford? I mean, they have to address that at some point. Not now. Well, they could. Stafford ain't getting any younger, I guess. I guess they could go Hendon Hooker and try to develop him under Stafford. That could be a thing. Let his knee get healthy for a year. That could be a thing. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, they should probably do that. Because, I mean, they're not going to start turning this around by drafting any of these guys. They had a pretty bad team. I mean, they, of course, have stars. Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald, obviously. Van Jefferson's solid. Cam Akers is solid. But in the NFC, well, the NFC is pretty open, in fairness. They could still squeeze out a wild card somehow. But because the NFC's pretty whack, you don't know when your next opportunity will be to draft someone like a Hendon Hooker. So, I mean, Seattle could take him too next pick, if not. Same thing, let him develop under Geno Smith. And Stafford did miss a lot of games. That is true, too. So, I mean, I might go Hendon Hooker if I were the Rams. All right, let's see. Steve Avila. I mean, that's a good pick. That's a good pick. Steve Avila is a really good guard. Can also play center if you need him to, but I would keep him at guard. Has the strength, has the technique. He's a really, really solid guard. Like he actually could have gone last night. He's 6'4", 330 pounds, climbs pretty well, mirrors solidly, good at pulling and moves very well for his size. Walls guys off pretty well, handles gap exchanges very well. He's not going to run people over, but he is strong enough and he has a good anchor. Sometimes catches people rather than actively attacking. He doesn't play with a ton of anger, but he has really good hands. He's not going to whoop your ass too often, but he is going to do his job very, very well. I think he's a better pass blocker than he is a run blocker, but I think he's still fine in the run game. Pretty solid. Pretty solid. This guy has also played center, guard, and right tackle. So, I mean, that is something to consider. Just that position versatility. But I would keep him at guard, personally. Let me pull up the Falcons so I can have that ready, and then I'll start talking Seahawks. Like I said, Seahawks could go Hendon Hooker here and let him develop under Geno Smith. Their receiving core is crazy. They could still go O-line, but I don't really know who they would draft. I mean, DeJuan Jones is available, and he's my number one offensive lineman, but he's a tackle. They got tackle pretty much handled. All right, their pick is in already. Derek Hall. That's kind of early. Derek Hall, 6'3", 254-pound edge rusher from Auburn, and a 4.55 40, explosive and long, good speed to power. Inconsistent in the run game, though. Gets beat by a read option very consistently. Not very good in the run game at all. And speed to power is his only real tool. He doesn't really have very many moves. Very, very raw player. Okay power rusher. He was a team captain at Auburn. Very aggressive, very tough. Liability and coverage, don't have him do that. Just let him rush the passer. Has some pretty tight hips, doesn't change direction super well. I honestly had this guy as like a 4th, 5th round edge rusher. I think this is very, very early for him. But shout out to him. Seahawks doing Seahawks things. I like him pretty much exclusively as a hand-in-the-dirt defensive end. He has played as a linebacker. He's played standing up. I just don't really like him standing up. All right. So Atlanta. I didn't really have time to really talk about the Seahawks beforehand, but that's okay. Oh, wow. Atlanta's pick, they're flying. These teams are flying. I love it. Edge rusher is still a big need. BJ Ojulari is still available. They could still go corner if there's a guy they like there. They did go get Jeff Okudah. Oh, actually, Okudah and AJ Terrell is actually pretty solid. Edge rusher is a pretty big need, though. Like I said, BJ Ojulari would make a lot of sense. They could go receiver for sure. Drake London, Matt Collins, Scotty Miller is pretty bad. If you're going to stick with Desmond Ridder, I'd probably get him some weapons. I'd probably go wide receiver. But B.J. Ojulari is really good, and you can go get a pretty good receiver later. But edge rusher's about to run out. B.J. Ojulari is like the last edge rusher that I really like. I mean, there's some guys that are cool. You know, Tuli Tuipulotu's a cool player. Andre Carter is a cool player. People like that. But, yeah. B.J. Ojulari is the last guy I really like. All right. Atlanta, you took Bijan Robinson last night. John Abraham, shout out to him. Thank you for not making it about you. I mean, okay. Matthew Bergeron. Did they say they said tackle? I mean, he can play tackle, I guess, but he can play strong safety. I prefer him as a guard personally. 6'5", 318 pounds from Syracuse. I prefer him as a guard. Finishes his blocks well, climbs well. Anchor isn't that great though. Needs to work on his hands a little bit. Has some pretty good traits, but I think technically he has a lot of room for improvement. I had him as like a third or fourth round guy, probably more so third than fourth. I think this is a little early for him, in my opinion, but offensive line is running out very fast. So, I mean, it does make sense getting an offensive lineman while you still can, because they are running low. But also, B.J. Ojulari was there, and edge is also running out. And if you were going to go tackle, DeJuan Jones is sitting right there. Because they said tackle. I pull up the Saints so I can talk about them. All right, Carolina Panthers are on the clock, though. They took Bryce Young last night. I think drafting some receivers at some point would be really good. You know, Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, Terrace Marshall isn't awful, but I would definitely want to support him more. Taylor Moton, though, I think you can improve that. I think DeJuan Jones at right tackle would really help out your young quarterback that you just drafted. I think that would probably be a good choice. But also, like I said, receiver would be totally understandable. If you like Cedric Tillman or Jalen Hyatt, whoever their top receiver available is, go with that guy. I wouldn't hate it. Well, depending on who it is, I guess. I guess they could go like, what would be a crazy receiver to go here? Like A.T. Perry or something from Wake Forest. That'd be pretty crazy right now. Not a terrible player, just not right now. Yeah, I'd be trying to find ways to support the young quarterback that you just drafted. Get him some help. Get him a tackle. Get him a receiver. Get him something. Get him something. I like Jonathan Mingo, Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs, if you like Josh Downs in that way. Who knows? B.J. Ojulari is always still available. You can take a corner. Not that they really need one. They don't really need edge either, but, I mean, edge is edge, so you could always use one. They could use a 3-4 defensive end. I don't know. Like I said, I'd be looking to support your young quarterback personally. But someone like Carl Brooks could make sense. I think this would be a little early for him, though. That's just me. This is taking a while. Let's see what Twitter is looking like at the moment. The Lions draft is still weird to me, man. All three of their picks so far are guys I was considering for the Dolphins' first pick. All right, Panthers pick is in. Let's announce it already so we can move on, please. John Michael Schmitz is still available too. What's their center situation looking like? Bradley Bozeman, yeah. He'd probably stick with that. Support your young quarterback. Jonathan Stewart. Very underrated back. All right. Yeah, go get your receiver. Big body guy. Let's see. Jonathan Mingo, 6'2", 220 pounds from Ole Miss. Ran at 4'4", 640. For his size, he's a decent route runner, attacks the ball. Doesn't create very much separation. Decent contested catch ability, though. Gets some big boy yak. Runs people over. Solid blocker. I like him as a big slot receiver, but he can play outside as well. Not a ton of production, but a really solid player. Good ball tracking, very physical player. I like him. I think it makes some sense with the receivers they got. I think it fits them pretty well. And yeah, like I said, go support your young quarterback. Go get him whoever they think is their top receiver left at that point. I don't hate that. And I mean, he was a guy that I was looking at in the second round anyway. I think him and guys like him, Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, guys like that, I think it just comes down to preference in the type of receiver that you're looking for. If they really wanted a big-bodied receiver, I can see why they would want him. All right. New Orleans. What did you guys do last night? I don't even remember. You guys drafted Brian Breezy. That's right. They could use edge. This would be a good spot for BJ. Could use linebacker maybe, but not really. Unfortunately, they really need tight end. Receiver. I mean, I don't think that Darnell Washington's going to slide to us, man. I really don't at this point. I mean, I hope so. And if he does slide to us, I hope we take him. That's not always a given with us. But regardless, we should have a solid player still available for us. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to be, gunning for a tight end. We'll see what's available once we get there. Saints look happy. They could get a guy like B.J. Ojulari. I'm really hoping Darnell Washington continues to slide. I would love to have him on this team. Come on, New Orleans. Let's announce the pick already. Okay. Oh, Roman Harper. He looks old. I bet. Clap it up, but announce the pick. Happy birthday. Announce the pick. Okay, that's an edge rusher. Yeah, Isaiah Foskey. That's interesting that BJ Ojulari is continuing to fall. Isaiah Foskey from Notre Dame, 6'5", 265 pounds, doesn't win with his hands. Movements are a little bit stiff, pretty strong, but I think he needs to get a lot more technical. Good long arms. Not much of an anchor in terms of him being an edge setter, but he has the strength to do it if he fixes his technique. I think he's a pretty raw prospect. I seen him as like a 4th or 5th round guy, so this is kind of early for him. Could have slid into the 3rd maybe because edge is kind of weak this year. But yeah, not a massive fan of that pick. I mean, the Saints are going to do Saints things though. Not saying he's a bad player. I just think that there are better edges available. I think BJ Ojulari, Tuli Tuipulotu, and Andre Carter are all better than him. Agreed. They just kind of said what I just said. You can't just be a power guy. I'm going to need you to show some technique at some point. All right, Cardinals pick is in. I guess I can talk about them. Receiver still makes a lot of sense. They went and got Paris Johnson, which I'm still not a massive fan of that pick, but they're apparently still trying to trade D-Hop. So receiver is definitely a big need. Edge is definitely something they could be looking at. I mean, Zaven Collins, Jonathan Ledbetter is really bad. That's a really bad edge rusher room. So I think edge would make sense again. BJ Ojulari, Tuli Tuipulotu, I think would make some sense for the Cardinals. Either of those guys, they're really going to need a lot of help. It's still weird to me that they have Zaven Collins as an edge rusher. Is that just ESPN listing him that way? I don't watch Cardinals games really like that, so. Are they using him like a Micah Parsons where they're letting him do a bit of both? Or do they have him like purely as an edge rusher? I'd love to know. Maybe pull up the Packers depth chart in the meantime while we're waiting. Packers need to go receiver. They need to give some support to their young quarterback. I mean, tackle would also make sense. Or offensive line in general. They need to support their young quarterback. Jordan Love needs a lot of help. Get him a weapon or protect him, one or the other. Arizona, I'd go defense. That defense is pretty rough. You can also talk me into corner for the Cardinals. Linebacker too, actually. If you want to go like Drew Sanders, if you want to go Cam Smith, Khalil Ringo, Terrell Smith. I think any of those guys would be solid for them. Trenton Simpson. Trenton Simpson and Isaiah Simmons would be pretty interesting. Can we announce it already though? Oh, they're about to cut off? Let me just go to the NFL Network then. Fuck ESPN. I bet. Yeah, shout out to them. Announce the pick. There's BJ. So yeah, I mean they needed edge. That makes sense. You know, 6'3", 250 pounds. Can actually cover a little bit too, but you're really going to want him as an edge rusher. Squeezes well, sets the edge well. Has a little bit of bend to him, some solid speed to power. Has shown flashes of being able to fight with his hands, but I want to see him improve in that regard. Could be a little bit more efficient. Needs a bit of a bigger tool bag, but has the athleticism. Not an insane athlete, but a plus athlete for sure. A little bit raw. But I think he is a solid prospect that comes in. And, I mean, Jonathan Ledbetter, Zaven Collins, that's rough. LJ Collier, Majai Sanders, Cameron Thomas, that's a pretty rough edge rusher room. He comes in and is one of their better guys. And I think he can develop into being more. All right, pick is in for Green Bay. Let's go. We pull up the Jets in the meantime. Like I said, Packers need to support their young quarterback, Jordan Love. DeJuan Jones at right tackle would make a lot of sense, or go wide receiver. Luke Musgrave, tight end. It is scaring me that so many tight ends are going off the board. There are quite a few good tight ends in this class. But, man, this is getting a little scary. So, yeah, tight end from Oregon State, 6'6", 255 pounds. An injury shortened his 2022 season, and his 2020 season was limited because of COVID. So his film is a little bit limited, but solid route running for his size, smooth hips. Could stand to get a little stronger. He's a willing blocker, but I think his technique and strength needs to get better. Decent ball skills, but his production is kind of low because of the limited snaps. I seen him more as a third-round guy. This is a little early. But, I mean, I think he comes in decent. Yeah, their tight end room's pretty whack. So, I mean, sure. Go for it. All right. New York Jets. I think they should go receiver at some point. Unfortunately, they could go tight end. I hope they don't, though. They could go edge. Jets pick is immediately in. Let's get this over with, dude. Go. I mean, they could go receiver now. I think DeJuan Jones is still available. I don't want them to take him, though. But you know what? You know what? Let's not even mention DeJuan Jones. Let him slide. Because let me tell you, if DeJuan Jones is available, fuck all these tight ends. All right, Jets. Yeah, shout out to your daughters. Let's announce the pick. I bet. Joe Tippmann. Okay. So that's a pretty good guard from Wisconsin, 6'6", 313 pounds. 2-year starter, strong and athletic. Pulls and cuts people off well. Good knee bend. Communicates very well. Hands need to get inside a little bit more consistent. He can play center as well. Needs to play a little bit lower, and he tends to lean a little bit. I think a zone scheme would be best. So yeah, I mean, I think he's a pretty athletic and strong pulling guard. Like I said, I do think his hands need to improve, but overall, I think is a pretty solid pick. And it's another player that I was kind of considering off the board. Starting to run low on offensive linemen. Let me pull up the Packers again because they'll be coming up again. I still think receiver is a position in need. But first, the Colts, who also need receiver. Let's see. Corner. Yeah, corner is something they could use. There's some guys available. Guard. Yeah. I mean, they could go. They could take O'Cyrus Torrence. That'd be nice. I'd kind of like them to do that. Take O'Cyrus Torrence, Cindy. You guys need a guard. And I don't want him. Get and take him. Take him off my hands. Please. There's still a couple tackles left, though. You got DeJuan Jones and Cody Mauch, who's okay. DeJuan Jones is really good, though. All right, pick is in for the Colts, man. Let's go. I'm getting nervous. Our pick is getting closer. Come on, click. Pick is in. Let's announce it. Let's go. Let's make the pick. I need to know. There's still plenty of guys I would really like to have on my team still available. You know, DeJuan Jones would be great. Darnell Washington. A couple running backs. Drew Sanders. John Michael Smiths I'd be okay with. But we'll see. We got to get there first. All right, Andy, come on. Let's see what you got. Julius Brents. Okay. Wasn't expecting him to go here. Okay, so Julius Brents, this is pretty early for him. Corner from Kansas State, 6'3", 198 pounds, so very long. More of a zone coverage guy, has shown the ability to reroute guys, good in run support. Can play some press man, but you don't want him to play off. And he's not super fast. Eye discipline could be a bit better. Some solid ball skills. Good zone coverage guy with good length. I seen him more as like a third or fourth round corner. I think this is kind of early for him. But that's just my opinion. The Lions are up. Man, what did the Lions have to do to get there? Damn. Let me mark that Julius Brents has been drafted. Get him off my board. Julius Brents was a guy that the Miami Dolphins spoke to apparently as well. But the Lions look excited. I mean, they already took Sam Laporta. I'm guessing they don't double up at tight end. So that's good. They could go edge. I mean, they need D-line in general. So maybe like Carl Brooks. He'd be an upgrade over Isaiah Buggs. Tuli Tuipulotu at edge. Compete with Charles Harris. I don't know. I have no idea what they should do. Patriots are up after them, so let's get that ready. Safety? You thinking safety for Detroit? Yeah, they could. I mean, they could go, Brian Branch or Antonio Johnson. I mean, Brian Branch is the better player. But Lions have been drafting kind of weird, so who knows? They could take fucking Jordan Battle for all I know. They like drafting people that value doesn't match up. That's kind of been their move this year so far. Wait. Okay, I'm tripping. Come on, man. Lions are hard to predict, though. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, and Sam Laporta. Those were all guys Dolphins fans were talking about for pick 51. And they took them at 12, 18, and 34. Kind of weird to me. I mean, they're all good players. It's just value-wise is weird. I didn't know. But there's still quite a few players I like that are still available. We only got a few more picks to go. Hopefully we don't trade it. I really need us to make a pick in a good one. Keep my spirits up. I mean, there's some linebackers available. DeJuan Jones is available, and I really like him. Darnell Washington, a couple running backs. Charbonnet, some guys. All right, pick us in, man. Let's announce it already. I'm ready to take my shot. I do have my Dolphin shot glass ready. Haven't poured nothing yet because we haven't picked yet. But I got the bottle next to me as well. Khalil Ringo could be a guy. Do they need corner? Yeah, they could definitely use corner. Khalil Ringo could make sense here too. No, the Patriots pick is loaded up too. Cool. What do you think the Lions had to give up to get the Packers pick? Yeah, Brian Branch. Good call, Mark. Good call. All right, Brian Branch, solid defensive back. Alabama, 6 foot, 193 pounds. Mostly a nickel corner, but can absolutely play safety. Pretty versatile player. Has some pretty good range, quick, fast, and strong for his size. Good instincts. Can cover some slot receivers pretty well. I don't know if I trust him against tight ends just because he's not super big. Good playmaking angles. Yeah, I think he could have gone late yesterday. So, I mean, this is pretty good value for them. They have him listed as a corner. I mean, he is kind of a nickel / safety. So, I mean, I guess that's not completely wrong. But, I mean, I would label him more as a safety. I mean, I have him listed as a free safety in my rankings, personally. But that's just me. So moving on. New England. New England could really go a lot of directions too. They got Christian Gonzalez last night. They could go tackle. If they do, Cody Mauch would be a very Patriots player to take. They could go receiver, whoever they like, whether that be Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs. Josh Downs kind of feels like a Patriots guy too. Brian Branch, yeah, I do agree. He is the best nickel corner in this draft. I do agree. So, I mean, I do like the pick. It's pretty good value. And he really wasn't a guy I was looking at for us, which is nice. All right, let's get to the Patriots pick. Tampa just switched with Green Bay. That's interesting. All right, pick is in for the Patriots. Don't go to commercial. Don't do it. Announce the pick. Kick that guy off the stage. I mean, yeah, enjoy your time. But I want to move on with the pick, so I want to know what the Patriots are doing. What are they going to do to us? Come on. Like I said, receiver would make some sense. They could really use some speed, so a Jalen Hyatt would actually make a lot of sense. Quarterback would be funny. Could they double up at corner? They could. They certainly could. Michael Mayer already got drafted. He got drafted. Who was it? Raiders. Which is a Patriots thing. I mean, Josh McDaniel. All right. Let's go. Don't make it about you. That's great that New England's playing a game in Germany. That's fantastic. But give me the pick. I actually don't like that they're playing in Germany, but whatever. Keon White. All right, that don't piss me off. That don't piss me off at all. All right, 6'5", 286 pounds, so pretty big guy. A decent punch and rip move. Pretty strong, tenacious. Runs the whole play. Can play a little bit of 3-tech, so that versatility, I mean, it does make sense for the Patriots. They do like guys that can play a couple different positions. Sets the edge pretty well. Pretty good run defending, 4-3 defensive end. Did pretty decent at the Senior Bowl. Good bull rush, but doesn't have a massive tool bag. Pretty decent player, but that doesn't upset me. But it's also not one I'm going to laugh at him for. All right, Washington. Let me get Tampa up, ready to go to. Washington. They could go a lot of different ways too. Yeah, that's right. They got Emmanuel Forbes at pick 16 last night. That's right. They should go quarterback, honestly. Do they really believe in Sam Howell like that? You're really not going to try with Hendon Hooker? Shout out to London Fletcher. Very underrated player. That's very early. Jartavis Martin. Hang on. Yeah, so defensive back from Illinois, 5'11", 194 pounds, running 4.46 40. Kind of a nickel/safety guy. Can line up at nickel or free safety. Decent hips. Pretty average route recognition. Struggles versus route runners, especially in man. Athletic guy. Doesn't always show his speed on film, though. I I'm not honestly that big on him, to be honest with you. I think this is kind of a weird pick. I had him as like a 4th-round player. Whoop! I had him in my safety ranking. It's not my corner ranking. Whoop! Okay, I found him. Tampa's in. They should go quarterback. I mean, I know they're not trying to stick with Baker Mayfield, and apparently they don't really like Kyle Trask. This should be Hendon Hooker. I pick is in. Okay, cool. The good thing is, well, let me wait. I don't want to say it. Tampa needs to go Hendon Hooker here. Please go Hendon Hooker. Well, the good news is that either way, now this doesn't mean the Dolphins will take him. Either DeJuan Jones, Drew Sanders, or DeJuan Jones will be available for our pick, no matter what. Yep, Cody Mauch. Okay, cool. Pretty cool player, very aggressive. Not the strongest in the world, not the most technical in the world, but he is an angry ass player. I think he needs to get a little bit stronger, needs to get a lot more technical, but he is a very fun player to watch. Shout out to Cody Mauch going to Tampa. And after DeJuan Jones, that will be the last tackle I actually like in this draft. DeJuan Jones is the last tackle I like. But he's also my favorite tackle. So there's that. I think he's the best. So, with Pittsburgh and Green Bay being the only teams left on the clock, if the Dolphins stay where they're at, no matter what, they can either get DeJuan Jones, Drew Sanders, or Darnell Washington, no matter what happens. The Steelers have Pat Freiermuth. They're not going tight end. Green Bay just drafted Luke Musgrave. So I don't think they're doubling up at tight end. So Darnell Washington should be in our lap. I'm going to go ahead and pour this right now. You know what? Let me at least wait until I see that the pick is in, because we could trade away. We could very well do that. But the Dolphins still got to pull the trigger and draft him. But either way, if the Dolphins just don't piss me off here, we can get a really good player at a position of need. Any of those 3 players I just mentioned, Darnell Jones, DeJuan Jones, Darnell Washington, or Drew Sanders, I'd be ecstatic about. And all 3 of them are first-round talents to me. I'm really wanting to pour this now, but we could trade away. I'll wait. I will wait. Come on. That's the Steelers pick already, bro. Let's go. Let's get through it. They ain't going Darnell Washington. They got Pat Freiermuth, and they're real happy with him. He's a very good player. Zach Gentry, they like him as a blocking tight end. They could go right tackle. They could go DeJuan Jones. But man, the one I would want, if I could have my choice of the 3 players, it would be DeJuan Jones. If I could have my choice of those 3 players. Really? That could change some things. But DeJuan Jones would be my pick. Shoring up Tua's blind side with my favorite, in my opinion, the best and most NFL-ready offensive lineman in this draft would be huge. And Drew Sanders is just an amazing player. I would also accept Trenton Simpson. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Dolphins pick is in. I'm pouring. The Packers and Dolphins have already made their selections, and Pittsburgh's hasn't even been announced. All right, I'm gonna pour my shot. I'm gonna get that ready. Come on. Come on. Come on. I got my shot already poured. You can't hurt me too much. Keanu Benton, get him out of here. Defensive tackle. He's not a bad player. I'm just excited. This is very early for him, though. That's real early. I mean, let me at least give him the analysis. So, from Wisconsin, 6'3", 312 pounds, powerful guy, has a good motor. Not super explosive. Needs to get guys off him more. Good anchor, and is very hard to move. Could play with some better leverage. Double teams can move him. I think he needs to get stronger. I think he's mostly a one tech, but I think he needs to get stronger to really play one tech, and he's not explosive enough to play 3. In the Steelers scheme, maybe you try moving him to like being a 3-4 defensive end. I don't know. Packers. I'll try to talk about the Packers right now, but I really don't care about them right now. I'm going to be brutally honest. My team is picking directly after them. I bet. They're going right into it. I can just kind of give my thoughts on them, whoever this is, really quick. Pull up the Seahawks. I can talk about them later. Shut up. Jaden Reed. All right, wide receiver, Michigan State. Good kick and punt return guy, 5'11", 187 pounds. Plays bigger than he is, tight hips, runs routes pretty quickly, but not necessarily always the most accurately. Potential to improve as a route runner. Good ball tracking as a deep threat. Does have some issues with focus drops. I seen him more of as a 4th-round developmental player that can give you value on special teams. Okay, Dolphins are up. Fuck Packers right now. I don't love that pick for the Packers. Let me go ahead and mark that he's been drafted. But where the fuck is he? Whatever. For some reason, I have him in my notes, but I didn't put him in my position ranking, so fuck it. I don't care right now. Okay. Okay, come on. Shout out to Teron Armstead. I love you, bro. Perfect. Teron Armstead to announce DeJuan Jones. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on. That's nice. I'd love to hear this story in a podcast, but right now I need to know. Cam Smith. I like him. Don't mistake my face for, because I am a little disappointed. He's a good player. I just didn't want a corner. He's 6 foot, 188 pounds, very competitive player, plays physical and with confidence, really good speed, loose hips, quick feet, patient, solid tackler, stays poised, great ball skills. Will sometimes hit instead of wrapping up, which can cause issues. Could be get a little bit bigger. I like him a lot. He's still a first-round talent going in the second round, but not who I would have taken. And I don't think we really need corner like that. But here we are. It is what it is. It is what it is. Don't love that pick. But like I said, it is still a first-round talent. It is a very talented player. He was my 4th overall corner. But damn, we didn't really need corner. But man, that cornerback room, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to make the team. I mean, that's a good problem to have, but bro, we had Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, basically our pick at linebacker. I don't know. Zach Sharp. Okay. Zach Charbonnet for the Seahawks. Good pick. Really, really solid player. Good blocker. Gives you value as a receiving back. Really tough guy. Really good pick for Seattle. He was my number 3 running back, just behind Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, I'm guessing that he is a Fangio guy. And like I said, he is a very good player. Don't get it twisted. Shout out to you, Randy. I'm not ecstatic about the pick. I'm not going to lie. I love the player. But Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson, all positions of need players. I don't know if he's big enough to play safety, and his tackling isn't that great. And are you going to take Javon Holland off for him? I wouldn't. And I'm not moving Javon Holland to strong safety and making him worse. And I'm definitely not moving this dude to strong. How does Cam Smith get on the field? He's a very good player. Oh yeah, Noah Igbinoghene can go. He can't make this team anymore. Xavier Howard, Jalen Ramsey, Cam Smith, Nick Needham, and Kader Kohou is your top 5. Noah Igbinoghene is not making this team. He doesn't even really do good on special teams. If we can get anything from him, if we can get a 2030 7th round pick, we should take it. Because he's got to go. Tackles were not all gone. DeJuan Jones is my number 1 offensive lineman. He's still there. And he's a right tackle. And like I said, you had Darnell Washington. You basically had your pick at linebacker. Can you imagine Jack Campbell in this defense, or even Trenton Simpson? What Vic Fangio could do with one of those two guys? Yeah, Mark mentioned that Darnell Washington had an issue with his medical. If that's the case, I understand that. But you had your pick at linebacker, and even like corner's weird. Corner is real weird. Now I will say, if you didn't want Darnell Washington, I wasn't going to force it at tight end. Like I wouldn't take like Brenton Strange or Tucker Kraft or anything like that here. But Drew Sanders, like what's going on with Drew Sanders? Did he shoot somebody? What about Trenton Simpson? Did they shoot somebody together? Is that what happened? Did they come up to some homeless people and just shoot them? Is that what happened? I don't get it. And I don't want you to confuse my tone because Cam Smith is a very, very talented player. Devin White's a great player, though. I mean, he's not as great anymore. But he's still very talented. I don't know. Yeah, we could have traded back as well. I didn't really want to trade back. I wanted to take one of them dudes. There was some motherfuckers on that list. I would have taken Zach Charbonnet. I would have been fine with that. I mean, that ship has sailed now. He's a Seahawk. Yeah, depending on – I mean, yeah, the Lions have two great running backs now, right? Well, they got Gibbs and Jamal Williams. So, yeah, going for someone like Swift would probably be cheaper than Dalvin Cook. And he would fit our team pretty well. I don't know. I just don't get it. He's a great player. Maybe they just went the best player available on their board because, like I said, Cam Smith, in fairness, should not have been available at this point. He should have been gone. That's right. David Montgomery. Whatever. David Montgomery's actually better. Oh. I don't know. The Dolphins can't draft, though. The Dolphins cannot draft. Well, I don't know because, like I said, Cam Smith is still a very good player. I don't know. They had to have just gone best player available. Like, I don't agree. I think DeJuan Jones is better than him. I think he's a better player. But I don't know. Yeah, but the thing with Javon Holland is we needed a free safety at least. My thing with Javon Holland is that, like when we drafted him, was that I wanted an offensive lineman, but if we were going to go free safety, I liked Richie Grant a little bit more. I ended up being kind of wrong, or maybe the Falcons don't use Richie Grant right. I'm kind of leaning toward that. But we don't need a corner. I mean, like I said, Xavier Howard, Jalen Ramsey, Nick Needham, and Kader Kohou is already a stacked cornerback room. Getting some depth later would have made some sense just because, corner, I mean, we seen it last year. We had all the fucking injuries at corner. I feel like if Mike McDaniel is the offensive coordinator, we think he is. If he's the offensive genius, we think he is. I think he can use DeJuan Jones. He's the most technically sound offensive lineman in this class. Right. That's what I'm saying. Bergeron went before DeJuan Jones. Cody Mauch went before DeJuan Jones. That's what I'm saying. But at this point, if DeJuan Jones makes it out of the second round, I almost don't want him. Because at that point, I'm scared. Like, he shot somebody and we don't know about it. Like, he's Aaron Hernandez. Like, that's got to be what it is. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking at this point. Something's got to be wrong. He's Aaron Hernandez. Did he? He turned down a lot of workouts. That could be why. That could be why. I'm sorry, I haven't been covering any of this. Javon Dexter. Sure. Let me at least give Javon Dexter his due, I guess. That's really early for him. Let me pull up my notes because I wasn't prepared to talk about him today. I wasn't expecting him to go today. So Javon Dexter, defensive lineman from Florida, goes to the Bears, 6'6", 310 pounds. Kind of slow off the snap. Decent long speed in pursuit. Good effort. Needs to be better with his hands. Doesn't give you much in the way of pass rush. Not very quick. Second effort stats, which is nice. Probably more of a 3-4 defensive end. Has some physical gifts. He's mostly just going to be a run defending 3-4 defensive end. So, yeah. Yeah, well, Walter Football says a lot of goofy shit. I use Walter Football to find players to watch. Ooh, dude, the Chargers. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. That's a very good pick for the Chargers. Tuli Tuipulotu, edge rusher from USC. Good speed and athleticism for his size, 6'3", 266 pounds. Can play 4-3 or 3-4. Always attacking, always moving, heavy-handed. Not super long, but still a solid player. Quick feet. Could get a little bit more disciplined, especially in the run. Has some power to him, some good bend. Pretty solid prospect. But I'm just trying to kind of give them their due. But I'm still kind of hurt. Some of my favorite players were available at positions in need, and I'm kind of upset. Like I said, Cam Smith is a great player. And at the end of the day, our team is better with him than without him. But I also don't know how he gets on the field with Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard there. I just don't. Schoonmaker's okay. At this point, I don't really care. I'm almost out on tight end. Like I'm kind of at that point. I mean, not necessarily out. I mean, we'll see what's available at that point. But at this point, I'm looking probably at running back. I mean, there's a ton of running back in this class. I don't know. It's pretty rough. That's the thing too. If we would have went Drew Sanders there or Trenton Simpson if they preferred, it would have made sense too because there aren't that many good linebackers in this class. Devon's pretty good. I like Tyjae Spears, Zach Evans, Dwayne McBride, Chris Rodriguez. They're all solid. I think Devon, is a pretty good player, very agile. I would like him. I'd like to have him. I think the best guys are kind of gone. The guys I would really want. But I kind of feel like the Dolphins are going to trade for a running back at this point, whether it be Swift or. I don't know if we're going for Dalvin Cook at this point. I don't know if that's actually a real thing. I don't know if Minnesota is really going to move on from him or not. I suppose I could talk about the Chiefs though. I don't really give a damn about the Chiefs. To be honest, I'm still kind of hurt. But I guess I can kind of give my thoughts. Yeah, they got Felix last night. Receiver would make a lot of sense. I wouldn't go Jalen Hyatt. I mean, they got Kadarius Toney, which is kind of a better version of him. Maybe a guy like Josh Downs could make sense. The alcohol didn't even help. That's also kind of why I thought of the shot idea, because I kind of also had a sinking suspicion the Dolphins would hurt me. So I thought at least some alcohol would help. But like I said, they had to go BPA. That had to have been what it is. Why is my fucking shit going blurry? What the fuck? All right, that seemed to clear up a little bit. No, it never helps. But, I mean, our pick is in for the Chiefs. Man, who cares? Man, they could go tackle here. Get rid of Lucas Niang. I wouldn't want anybody on my starting offensive line with the last name Niang. I hate that. I hate that name. And he's not that good. DeJuan Jones would fix that. The Chiefs tend to draft pretty well. BJ Ojulari kind of went later than I was expecting to. This draft's been weird. I feel like a lot of teams didn't really do their homework this year. I mean, teams suck at this, but yeah, BJ is raw. I just think this edge class is kind of whack. Why you talk so slow? That's nice, man. I'm glad this is a great father-son moment. But let's move on. Let's announce the pick. That's nice. Rashee Rice. I mean, I called it with receiver. Rashee Rice is a pretty good physical, big-bodied receiver. Makes sense. It's kind of a type of receiver they don't really have. I mean, Valdes-Scantling has some size to him, but not the biggest guy in the world. I really liked him at the Senior Bowl. 6'3", 206, sturdy frame, solid acceleration and long speed, but not super quick or bursty. Can make the first defender miss sometimes, makes good contested catches, makes adjustments on the football, aggressive blocker, can play in the slot or outside, but mostly he's going to be outside guy. For his size, he's an okay route runner. I don't think he creates space super well. I would have drafted Josh Downs over him, but that's something. Yeah, I don't get it either. Well, also, one thing to consider too is guys like myself, guys like Botch, guys like whoever, us YouTubers, we don't have to answer to anybody. We watch film, we do our analysis, and that's kind of the end of it. We just kind of talk our shit about our thoughts on it. But an NFL team, they have a team of scouts, they have a GM, they have a head coach, they have an owner, and all these guys have different egos, different priorities in players and stuff like that. And sometimes they kind of clash. So yeah, that makes sense. Is that real with Chris Greer's son? That shout out to Devin Hester. Tyreek Stevenson. Okay. I do like that this is going a little bit faster. I seen him more as a third round pick. This is late second, so it's okay. 6 foot, 198 pounds, 4'4", 540. Has a little bit of strength to him. Patient and physical. Good in press man. Good recovery speed. Not great in off coverage. I do prefer him in press. Not great in zone either. Very scheme dependent. I see him mostly as a man coverage, press man corner. Good ball skills though. If you do a lot of press man, I think he's a pretty solid player, but very scheme dependent. That's kind of my thoughts on him. Well, I actually think the amount of scouts you have actually almost hurts because you and I, or like everybody in this chat room, including myself, it sounds like you guys watch film just like I do, whether you do videos or not. We have different opinions on certain players. We have different things that we value in certain positions. And if we disagree, it's going to make it harder to make those decisions. Where if I'm just making the decision myself, in my opinion, it's almost easier. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Offensive line is running out very fast. Good center prospect from Minnesota, 6'4", 320 pounds. Center that can play guard if you need him to. Good hands, good hand fight, good anchor. Looks for work, good in zone blocking. Solid-ass player, good knee bend and base. So I see him as a really solid center/guard prospect. Not going to dominate, but really good. Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing, too. I don't think you can be an expert on everything. Like, I feel like when it comes to O-line, D-line, running back, I think I'm usually pretty accurate. But I don't claim to be an expert on everything. I'm not the best with DBs. I mean, I can scout them pretty well. I like to think, but I'm not as well versed in them as I am other positions. I don't know. Chris Grier does a lot of weird shit. I can't figure him out because sometimes he will draft a position in need and just take a horrible version of at that position. I don't know. Yeah, I do like him too. And here's the thing. I go BPA, but I do also take need into consideration. Like, if Cam Smith is so high on my board in comparison to everybody else, then I would take him. But for me, he's not that much further ahead than Darnell Washington. Actually, I have DeJuan Jones over him. So I don't know. All right, bro, calm down. There goes Luke Schoonmaker. Okay. So yeah, Michigan, solid run blocker, 6'5", 251 pounds. I think he could stand to get a little bit stronger at the next level, but his technique is pretty good. Okay route running. Good blocking angles. Not great, not the greatest with contested catches. Kind of a raw prospect. Fluid feet. Understands zone coverage pretty well, which is nice. Doesn't settle for bad hand position. He doesn't bully smaller guys like I'd like to, like I'd like him to in a blocking tight end, but that is a reach. I do agree. I do think that is a massive reach for him. And Dallas is usually one of the better drafting teams, but I don't think they've been that crazy tonight. I had him as a 4th-round talent, by the way. 4th or 5th. And here's the thing, too. When I say someone is like a 4th-round talent, that doesn't always mean I think they'll go in the 4th round. Because, like, there isn't ever 32 first-round talents, but you'll have 32 first-round picks. Not this year, obviously, but, you know. Yeah. Yeah, teams are kind of reaching. Buffalo usually makes pretty good decisions. I do like that the draft seems to be speeding up a little bit, though. I do approve of that. But it is weird Dallas reaching like that. They haven't had the best draft, in my opinion. Last night I thought Mozzie Smith was also a massive reach. No, I'm not either. I'm not that high on him either. I think he's a pretty cool one tech that gives you a little bit of pass rush value. I had him as like a 3rd-round pick. I thought he would get drafted higher than that because of the hype around him, but I had him as like a 3rd-round talent. No, he's not going to produce sacks. I don't even think he's going to be on the field on passing downs. Now, Dan Quinn is a good defensive coordinator, so he'll probably get the most out of him. But same can be said about a better player. You know, in like Dolphins perspective, let's see. Like we drafted Cam Smith, right? Cam Smith is a 1st-round talent corner. And, you know, we have a great defensive coordinator. And if we drafted like Darrell Luter from South Alabama, I think Vic Fangio would get the best out of him, but I'd rather have Cam Smith, that type of thing. I think they could have done much better than Mozzie. I don't think Kincaid is that good either. I think he's kind of the opposite. I don't think he gives you any kind of value at all on rundowns. I think he's just a pass rusher, 3-tech. I think that's all he really brings you. Honestly, I thought this defensive line class was pretty whack. Edge is bad, but the D linemen are bad after Jalen Carter. Brian Breezy, maybe. He can be an elite prospect potentially. But, it just depends on what you get from him. If you can get him back before the injury, he's a fantastic player. But I don't know. Who am I? I'm just a YouTuber. I don't even get paid for this shit. So who am I? We'll see though. I mean, he can get some sacks. And this league is only going more and more into being a passing league. So I mean, he can have some value. But I don't know. All right, Lo, what you got? All right, Fred. Announce the pick. This ain't about you. Your time is over. Yeah, Seattle does weird shit though. But I mean, after that, like DJ Dallas is their other running back. But there's so many running backs in this class, you could have gotten somebody else. They can have O'Cyrus Torrence. He's another guy I think is kind of overrated. 6'5", 335 pounds. His hands consistently go to the outside, and I can't stand that. He plays high, doesn't handle gap exchanges well, looks a little bit lost on who he's supposed to block sometimes, misses it with his hands a lot. Decent in outside zone. He's pretty athletic. Needs to stay in front of his opponent more. Despite his size, he doesn't really move people, and he gets moved sometimes. Balance is crazy. You go watch his game against Georgia. He was getting fucking destroyed, just pushed around everywhere because he can't keep his feet. He's a good help guy. That's nice. Florida also consistently designs plays to make sure that this guy has help. If you look at it, almost every play against a good opponent, the tackle or center is helping him. Not very violent with his hands either. He kind of catches people. So, you know what? You can have him. He's athletic. He is athletic. And he's got good size. That's it. That's all he's got. I don't know where the hype for O'Cyrus Torrence came from. I had him as a fourth-round talent because, I mean, that size and athleticism, he could develop into more. So, who knows? Hey, you know what, though? You know what? At least Cam Smith's a good player. I don't think O'Cyrus is a good player. I don't think he's good. At least not right now. I think he's a bad player. But anyway, DJ Turner, corner from Michigan, 5'11", 178 pounds, obviously small, but ran a 4.26 40, explosive as shit. Can play inside and out. And actually, despite his size, he is good in press and in off coverage, solid technique, angry. Big receivers obviously give him problems. Fantastic nickel guy. I've seen him as more of a third-round talent, but late in the second also makes some sense for him. So, yeah, pretty good pick. Clark Phillips being here still is interesting. And Terrell Smith as well. Yeah, and you're right. His pad level is insane. Like their problem, not mine. I was really scared the Dolphins were going to take O'Cyrus Torrence, by the way. I wasn't speaking on it, but that is a Dolphins move if I've ever heard of one. I thought we were about to have another, athletic offensive lineman that doesn't know how to play offensive line. He reminds me a lot of Austin Jackson. But he doesn't even give you the value of being a tackle. Just kind of a whack guard. I don't give a damn what the Jaguars do, by the way. I don't give a damn. I mean, I guess I can look at their depth chart. I guess. I mean, it's a commercial break, right? I ain't doing nothing else. Make fun of them a little bit. Who knows? Who did they draft already? And Paris Johnson and no, that's it. Cardinals. Anton Harrison, that's right. They could use some edge. Who do I got left at edge? He's gone. I forgot to mark him. Andre Carter, I guess. Yeah. Edge is kind of wiped out for me. Corner. There's still some corners. Khalil Ringo still available. Terrell Smith. Those guys are still there. Tight end. You need a tight end, but well, not really. They got Evan Ingram. I don't really need tight end. Edge. Everybody needs edge. D-line. They want to go that route. Like Carl Brooks or something, Siaka Ika. By the way, I'm not surprised Siaka Ika's still there. I mean, he's a nose tackle. I don't know. Ew, I don't care. Yeah, I heard. But also, that's kind of what happens to nose tackles. Nose tackles, unless you're Jordan Davis, they're not really that valuable. I mean, Jordan Davis was so dominant that you had to take him. Same with like Vita Vea. But Siaka Ika ain't that. He's a really solid 0. That's about it. Kind of like Mozzie Smith being just a really solid 1 tech. But he went in the first round for some damn reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But Dallas has been really weird tonight, so I don't think I am this draft. So I don't know. I don't think I'm wrong. Houston's after the Jaguars. They do goofy shit. That could be fun. Oh no, Philly's got back-to-back picks coming. They're gonna hurt my heart again. Thanks. I ain't a Jaguars fan, but thank you. Thank you for telling me I look good. Thank you, Fred Taylor. $61st, not 66th. Brenton Strange, that's pretty damn early. I think I'm out at tight end, though. I think I'm out. Tight end's pretty wiped out for me. I mean, there's still guys I've watched, but I don't really want them. So yeah, Penn State, 6'4", 253 pounds, running 4.740. Pretty athletic, not very productive in the receiving game, but he does have the talent. Pretty tough player, has the strength and mindset to be a good blocker, but I think his technique needs to improve a lot. Decent route running for his size, above average yak. Has played some H-back. That makes sense. All right, Texans, I mean, if Darnell Washington is there, I just assume he's not. But also, Yo, why do the Lions keep trading back? But at this point, Darnell Washington's kind of scaring me, the fact that he's even still on the board. I'm surprised Brian Cushing can still talk. He just said CTE, Schmete his whole career. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. I was ready to laugh at Houston, but Scruggs, that's a good pick. Really good at the East-West Shrine Bowl. 2-year starter at Penn State, 6'3", 301 pounds. Can play center or guard. I kind of prefer him at guard. Very powerful and hard to move, but doesn't move people himself too much. Good strength. Feet aren't great. I'd like him, like I said, that's part of why I like him at guard. He was a team captain. Doesn't flip his hips very well, which is another reason I don't really want to see him play center at the next level. Gets his hands inside. I think some people are looking at him mostly as a center just because he's 6'3", but I really prefer him at guard just because at center you need to be able to change directions a little bit more. You're going to need to be able to move, toward the left or toward the right, and I'm not really trying to see him do that at the next level. I'd rather just pick a guard spot and just kind of keep him there. Let me look at the Texans depth chart and see where I would put him. I'm thinking right guard. Yeah. I'd put him over Shaq Mason right now. I'd let Kenyon Green develop another year. He has potential to be a fantastic fucking player. I loved Kenyon Green last year. I don't know what happened with him. Pick is in for the Broncos. I love that these picks are flying. I love it. Yeah, man. Let's keep it moving. Give me shit to talk about. And I don't know what Detroit's doing. Detroit's weird. You know what's interesting that DeMarcus Ware doesn't really associate himself with the Cowboys at all. It's funny to me. It was the majority of his career, but all right, Marvin Mims, wide receiver, a little early. I seen him more as a late third round pick. 5'11", 183 pounds, ran a 4.38 40. Slot guy, very fast, dangerous with the ball in his hands. Not a contested catch guy, but I mean he's 5'11", 183 pounds. I don't know why you would expect him to be. Solid punt returner, can create big plays for sure. Not a good route runner though. Good gadget guy. I seen him as like a fourth round, maybe late third. That type of thing. So little early, but he's here now. I can't believe Cedric Tillman's still on the board. And Kayshon Boutte must have really like pimp slapped some of those GMs. Because he's a fantastic talent. But the off the field concerns, man. He must have been like fucking some coaches' wives or something. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab another drink real quick. I'll be right back while the Bears are waiting to put their pick in. Okay. Pick is in for the Bears. I ain't missed shit. Good to know. Bears do a lot of weird shit too. Yeah, God bless the USA. God bless them. God bless them. This ain't a bad Friday night though. Watching the draft with some drinks, I appreciate it. I'll probably drop a video on whoever we draft tonight. Cam Smith, I can definitely do a video right now on how he relates to the Dolphins, which is not very much. And then whoever we get in third round, I'll maybe make a video about them too, unless I draft somebody I've never watched, and then I will have to watch film on them. But we will see. All right, cool. Don't make it about you, man. Yeah, it's real crazy. That's your problem. Now, was it what can of Bud Light was it? Zach Pickens. Okay, it's a little early. Whoop. Probably spell it right. Yeah, so Zach Pickens from South Carolina, 6'4", 291 pounds. Ran a 4.89 40. Good length. Plays with good gap control. Good ball get off. Good hands and feet. Not super strong and can get moved at times. I see him more as a pass rushing 3-tech. I see him kind of as like a 4th round guy, to be honest with you. I think this is a little early. But, you know. I can't believe they took him over Carl Brooks and Northwestern guy. I don't know how to say that. He's Northwestern guy. I do. No, you know what? I ain't doing that. I'm way too Caucasian to say that. I'm gonna need to hear that said a couple more times at the NFL level before I will feel confident trying to do it myself. But I definitely would have taken Carl Brooks before Zach Pickens. I like Carl Brooks a lot. Yeah. Eagles, man. Let's see what you got. Eagles tend to make good decisions. Who's next? I guess I'll be talking about the Eagles for a while. Pull up their depth chart. They don't need anybody. I don't know. Whoever's the best on their board. Safety, maybe? Antonio Johnson? They could go receiver. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith's really good, but after that, I think they could improve. Quez Watkins, the dude from the Falcons, Zach, that guy. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I think you can improve that. Greg Ward, Tyree Cleveland. I think you can improve that. As far as who I would take, I mean, you've got A.J. Brown, the big body guy, Devontae Smith, the route runner. I think Jalen Hyatt would be a good way to diversify your offense. He's still available, right? Which is crazy to me. Yeah, man. So is Josh Downs. As far as their other pick, I mean, I guess I have no idea. I have no idea what the Eagles should do. Go Antonio Johnson and Jalen Hyatt, maybe double down at receiver. They could go tight end. You know, they have Dallas Goedert. You know, Darnell Washington, you may as well. You're already the Philly Bulldogs. Although you could take Khalil Ringo as well and really be the Philly Bulldogs. Pick is in. Oh yeah, Hendon Hooker is still available. Interesting. All right, let's announce both these picks, please. Don't spread out the misery. Just give it to me. Cool. They are announcing both picks. That's nice. Yeah, let's keep it moving. Trent Cole. Another underrated guy. Come on. Eagles selection. Let's go. Announce both picks together, please. Trent Cole. All right. It would be a pretty good week to be an Eagle, in fairness. They've been doing pretty well. Okay, Tyler Steen. I'll talk about both. All right. Those don't aggravate me too much. Steen's a good player. I didn't actually hear what the other one was. I'll look. I heard it sounded like a corner. Tyler Steen, Alabama, 6'6", 321 pounds. Actually used to play defensive tackle. Hasn't been an O-lineman for very long. Very well of gap exchanges. Good length. Good hand fight. Good hustle. Tends to lean a lot. Not very technical at all. Has no idea how to play offensive line yet, but has all the physical traits to be a very good player. Who was the other guy? Sidney Brown. Okay. Let me pull up my notes on him. Sidney Brown, yes. From Illinois, 5'10", 211 pounds. Ran a 4.47 40. Very physical guy that isn't very fluid. Decent straight line speed. Attacks the line of scrimmage pretty well, but tends to have some missed tackles. Competitive in man coverage. Above average pass catchers will give him problems, though. I see him pretty much as just a pure box safety that could probably be pretty decent in special teams. I seen him was like a 4th or 5th round talent. I'm not a big fan of that pick. Tyler Steen's a decent one. So DeJuan Jones shot somebody, right? That's what we're going with. There's still some guards left. Let me see. Sidney Brown. Okay, there he is. I had to find him on my my position rankings. My bad. And there goes Drew Sanders to Denver. Very talented player. Kind of undersized, but very aggressive player that can cover, can blitz. 6'5", 232 pounds from Arkansas. Good technique, good range, could tackle more consistently though. Athletically gifted, reads his keys pretty well. I liked him a lot. I seen him as a 1st round talent. I don't know how the fuck he's still available. Okay, Lions are on the clock. Yeah, the Drew Sanders pick is fantastic, but after that, these picks have been kind of weird. Let me go ahead and reshare that. Retweet that rather. All right, Detroit. What's Detroit doing? Lions have been pretty weird tonight. This whole draft, actually. Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam. I mean, Brian Branch is a pretty solid pick, but they still need D line. I mean, Carl Brooks is still there. I don't really like that many edges left. I guess I could go like Andre Carter. They could go QB as well. That's a good point. Develop Hendon Hooker under Jared Goff. There it is. Yeah, Hendon Hooker. So big arm guy, has some mobility from Tennessee. Pretty big body guy. Shows some flashes of accuracy. Pretty interesting player. Obviously, the injury. I think he could develop into being a decent quarterback. Decent backup at the very least for Jared Goff, especially once he gets healthy. Hopefully he can, develop. I don't hate that. This is really good value, though. I see him as like a late first, early second round pick. It's kind of slowed down again a little bit. All right, Texans. I still think they could go receiver, man. Support your young quarterback. Go get a receiver. Go get you just traded Cooks. Go get a guy like Jalen Hyatt or Josh Downs, maybe. Cedric Tillman, if you prefer. Come on. Is the Texans pick in? They really should go receiver. They need receiver help so bad. Help your young quarterback. All right, pick is in for the Texans. Get your young quarterback a wide receiver. All right, here we go. All right, let's go. Tank Dell. Okay, so yeah, you do go get a receiver. Let me go ahead and mark that. So very, very explosive guy. I was thinking Jalen Hyatt, but you still go get a speed guy. So yeah, receiver from Houston, 5'8", 165 pounds, was small. He ran a 4.5, I mean a 4.49 40, but he plays a lot faster than that on film. Some real quickness to him, solid route running. Obviously small. Doesn't make contested catches well, but I mean he's so small. You shouldn't be expecting him to be doing that. He does have issues with focus drops though. Dangerous yak guy. Really good punt returner, and I think he could be a really solid slot receiver, and I did expect him to go in the third round. I thought his size might bring him down, but I mean, I think that's an okay pick. I feel like if you were going to go with a speed receiver, though, I think Hyatt was the better one. But definitely go support your young quarterback. And you keep him in Houston, which is fun. All right, Raiders, don't make it about you. All right, man. Bro, don't go into a whole story. Shut up. This process is long enough. I appreciate you reminding me. Yeah, shout out to Mother's Day. I ain't gotta remember my mom. I don't need you to tell me. Okay. Byron Young. I had to wait until he said which Byron Young, because there are two. So the Alabama one, the defensive tackle, there's also an edge rusher. So let me see. Let me get my notes on him real quick. Yeah, that one. So 6'3", 294 pounds from Alabama, like I said. Not much of a pass rusher, not super explosive. I mean, he has some explosiveness to him, but he doesn't change directions super well. Not super athletic overall. Runs down the middle of people, but has good hands, good length, good power at the point of attack. Can play a little bit of 3-tech and a little bit of 4-eye. I think it was more of a fourth-round prospect. I'm not really a massive fan of him, but, shout out to y'all. All right, Saints pick is in. All right, Cardinals pick is already in. Nice. Yeah, get right into it. What? Kendra, hold up. That's a horrible pick, man. Let me pull up my. I wasn't ready for him to get drafted tonight. Kendra Miller. Okay. Yeah. From TCU, 5'11", 215 pounds, good size. Not super explosive, has some wiggle to him. Not a great finisher. I see him mostly as a backup running back. Runs really high. Not really much effort as a blocker and doesn't give you much value as a receiving threat, so he's not valuable on third down. I honestly see him as like a 7th round or undrafted player. I don't like that pick at all. That is the worst pick of the draft so far. I hate that pick. I hate that pick. The Saints suck at this. They're terrible. My team's bad at it too. But at least we got a good player. I don't know what we're going to do with him, but we have a good player. That's rough, bro. I was not expecting to see him tonight at all. Jesus. Let's fly through these picks, though. I mean, I understand you got to have commercials, but from what it sounded like the Cardinals, Rams, and Browns are already kind of made their picks, and Falcons are already on the clock. So let's keep it moving. Let's finish this shit up early. Let's get to my team's next pick. That'd be nice. You know, there's still some guys available for me. I'd be happy to take them in the third as well. We got to get there, though. I'm still kind of hurt. Come on now. Are we back? All right, let's fly through some of these picks. They should have given the Falcons plenty of time to make their pick too. Let's go. Let's fly through these. I thought it was where the Giants were on the clock. So yeah, it was the Rams before. I thought it was weird. Oh yeah, the Browns haven't had a pick yet. Yeah, that's true. All right, man. Cardinals. What do you got? All right, Garrett Williams. Okay. Let me get my notes. Not a bad pick though. Kind of a slot corner. 6 foot, 189 pounds. Good footwork. Actually, he can play outside too. Good footwork and athleticism, good balance, smooth transitions. Little small, willing tackler. Panics a little bit when his back is to the quarterback. In zone, though, I think he's instinctive and twitchy, which is where I prefer him. I think he could stand to improve his ball skills. I thought the ACL tear back in October would push him into day 3. But I think if you are going to do a lot of zone, I think he's really solid. But I thought he'd be a 4th rounder just because of the ACL tear. But, whatever. Good pick. That's a pretty good pick. All right, Giants. There's Jalen Hyatt. 1 second. Yeah, they got Paris Campbell. They got Jalen Hyatt at home. Whatever. So yeah, Hyatt is a very fast receiver. 6 foot, 180 pounds, very fast, like super elite speed kind of guy. Very good deep threat, very good gadget guy. Not super quick or elusive, but just really, outright fast. So shout out to him. That's pretty good. He should have gone way sooner. I had him as like a early 2nd, late 1st kind of guy. So getting him here is pretty damn good. I was ready to make fun of the Giants, but I can't with that pick. And Brian Daboll, you could do some interesting things with him and Paris Campbell together. Pick is in. No, don't go to commercial. The pick is already in for the Browns. Just announce it. Let's keep it moving. All right, cool. No. Fuck the dog pound. All right. That ain't bad. He didn't drag it out too bad. That's a great pick. That's a great pick. All right. Cedric Tillman. 6'3", 215 pounds, super competitive, tough player. Good at catching the ball in traffic. Speed isn't great, and he's not a great route runner. Had an ankle sprain in 2022 that hurt his numbers. Solid body control. Doesn't create a lot of separation, but just a really good big-bodied receiver that I think can really help the Browns out. The body control is something that's kind of hard to find. Good pick. Good pick, Browns. Yeah, and he is a solid blocker too. Going to commercial. Okay. I wish I had enough space right here to stand up for a minute and still be on camera. Just straighten my back out a little bit. But, whatever. Pick is in for the Falcons. Kind of zoned out there. Let me pull up the Falcons depth chart. Let's see. Yeah, they drafted Bijan and Matthew Bergeron. I mean, they still need edge, but I don't really like any of the edges left. They could still use receiver. I don't know who I'd recommend. A.T. Perry, maybe. It's a little early for him. Corner. What are we looking like in the cornerback room? Yeah, Khalil Ringo's still there. Terrell Smith. I'd go corner. Clark Phillips. Yeah, there's still plenty of corners. I ain't watching that. I haven't been watching the USFL or the XFL. I ain't gonna hold you. Like I said last night, I'm glad that both leagues exist because I think spring football, having other leagues in the U.S. I think is important. Give guys more opportunities to try to get back into the NFL, get more opportunities to play the sport that they love and make money doing it. I think it's great. Okay. Yep, Khalil Ringo, Trenton Simpson, they're both still available. There's plenty of guys. That's kind of early for Zach Harrison. Let me mark him. Where are you at? Right there. Okay, let me pull up his notes. Zach Harrison's a pretty decent player. 6'5", 274 pounds, big and long, strong guy, good physical tools. Not the most angry guy in the world. Good with his hands. Decent build-up speed and pursuit. Mostly just a power rusher. Mostly just going to be like a 4-3 run defender. But I mean, sure. They needed help at the position, so sure. All right, Patriots pick is in. Let's announce that. Let's fly through these, man. I want to get to the Dolphins next pick. And I kind of want to fly through this round. Wrap this up for the night. Because I probably will make some videos about our individual players. I might do it in the morning. I don't know. Who knows? I could do it after the whole draft is over, too. I I ain't watching. I didn't watch Marte Mapu from Sacramento State. I ain't watching. Don't have an opinion. I didn't watch him. Could be good. I didn't watch him. He could be amazing. He did look decent at the Senior Bowl, but I never got to his film. So I don't know. All right, Rams, let's go. The other Byron Young, the edge rusher this time. So edge rush from Tennessee, 6'2", 250 pounds, 4'3", 40, which is fantastic for edge rusher. Very explosive. Not great with his hands. Doesn't rush with a plan. Very twitchy. He's a 25-year-old rookie, so that doesn't know how to play football yet. So I'm not a massive fan, but he is very athletic, very good motor. So I don't know. Like I said, very explosive. It's just if he's going to be a project player, him being 25 is kind of rough for me. I pick is in for the Packers. All right. Shut up. Shut up. All right, tight end. They did double down at tight end. That's weird, dude. Packers are weird, man. Okay, so South Dakota State, 6'5", 255 pounds. Obviously, South Dakota State, low competition is a thing. Better blocker in space than in line. Hands as a blocker aren't very good. Good body control, though. Good catch toughness, fairly athletic. Kind of a raw prospect, but an overall decent player. I seen him as more of a mid-day 3 guy, like, fourth through maybe early sixth kind of guy. I think this is pretty early for him. Yeah, I'm pretty much out on tight end, just about, besides Darnell Washington. I kind of don't want a tight end at this point unless it's Darnell. Josh Downs finally comes off the board. That's a great pick. They did need receiver help. 5'10", 171 pounds. Very small, but solid route runner. Mostly a slot guy. Understands leverage really well. Can make you miss an open space. Despite him being smaller, his contested catches are pretty solid. Obviously not going to be a great blocker, but I've seen him as a really solid, like, second-round receiver. I think this is really good value for him. All right, Pittsburgh's up. Let's see. I mean, we're getting closer. Steelers have done pretty decent, I think, tonight. Panthers are on the clock. It says the Panthers are on the clock. Did they just trade up? Yeah. They just traded up. Okay. Panthers. I mean, they also have a young quarterback. They should be looking to help. So Bryce Young, Jonathan Mingo. That's fun. They got Hayden Hurst. I mean, they could go O-line. They need one. They could go like Chandler Sevilla or Andrew Voorhees, maybe. I don't know. I mean, they could go DeJuan Jones. But all right, come on, let's go. Let's announce these picks. Let's get through them. We back? We back. I kind of think the NFL draft tracker is kind of whack. I'm using the ESPN one now instead. I used the NFL one last night, but I didn't really like it. It's kind of buggy. All right, Panthers pick is in. Here. All right. That's kind of early. Yeah, I didn't watch this dude. Didn't watch him. Can't speak on this guy. I didn't watch him. Titans, unfortunately, they could still go tight end, dude. They need receiver, though. They really need to go receiver. I don't know who they would take at wide receiver at this point. It's not wiped. It's just at this value. Like you can go get like A.T. Perry. Let's see. Kayshon Boutte is still available. I'll be interested to see where he goes. Matt Landers, Jaden Reed, Tyler Scott, Bryce Ford Wheaton, Trey. I mean, there's some guys still. Pick is in. Let's go. I just want you to move forward, man. Yeah, you do still have guys like Trenton Simpson that I'm trying not to talk about because I kind of hoping he falls. But I mean, you've got Trenton Simpson, you've got Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, and 4 picks. One of them should probably be there for us. I'd be okay with any of those. All right, man. All right, man. Fuck the Chiefs. Make the pick. Oh my God. Jason McCourty, shut up. You're retired. Shut up. Make the pick. Bro, you're making this take longer. All right, Tajay Spears, running back. All right, thank you. Thank you for announcing the pick finally. Jesus. He was kind of one of the running backs I was kind of thinking too for us, but okay. 5'10", 201 pounds, decent blocker from Tulane. Very agile and creative, good balance, shifty as hell. Not afraid of the dirty yards despite him not being a bigger back. Good vision. Great once he gets to the second level. He does have issues with knee injuries, though. Speed is solid, but not elite. I kind of expected him to go around this time, around somewhere in the 3rd round, just because of the injury concerns. I hated it. I hated Jason McCourty's fucking spiel. I hated it, man. I do that on on Sunday Morning Football, whatever the fuck it is. I don't watch those shows. But let's get through these picks. All right, just announce the pick, man. This ain't about you. It's about the players getting drafted. All right, man. So, DeJuan Jones, Trenton Simpson, Darnell Washington. There's no way one of them isn't available. Yeah. Oh, my God. That's a terrible pick. That's a terrible pick. 6'3", 265 pounds, ran at 4.5, 140, strong hands, good eyes, power rusher, not good instincts, not very creative, very, very raw as a prospect. I don't like him. I seen him as like a 6th-round player. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't like him. That's a bad pick. That is a bad pick. I hate that pick. Yaya Diaby is my 26th edge rusher, by the way. Hate. Oof. I won't say I hate that guy because I don't know him. I just don't like him as a prospect. All right, pick is in for Denver. Like I said, Trenton Simpson, DeJuan Jones, Darnell Washington. Any of these three, I'm ecstatic. And there's no way Denver can take all three of them. Once the pick is in, I will pour my shot. But, I mean, we can still trade back, so I'm going to hold off on pouring it. I'm nervous. I mean, at least, like I said, at least Cam Smith it was a good pick. So, I mean, it's a good player, not a good pick. I just don't know what we're going to do with him. But, come on. I guess I can give some Broncos opinions. I don't give a shit. Denver. You got Marvin Mims and Drew Sanders. Drew Sanders, that was a good pick. You still need center. Luke Weipler from Ohio State, I guess. Center's kind of wiped. Running back is an option. You guys could go in that way. I mean, to pair with Javonte Williams. Edge is always a thing. Corner is always a thing. There are corners. Edge is kind of wiped out, though. I mean, Andre Carter's still there, I guess. Brenton Cox. Jose Ramirez, Isaiah Land. Those guys should go tomorrow. I don't know. I just know that I want them to announce this pick so we can get on to ours. Come on. Pick is in for Denver. Let's get right into it. Come on. Just don't hurt me. All right? I don't ask much. Just don't hurt me. '49ers really had no picks, huh? I mean, they got 3 at the end of the 3rd round. But how do they have so many compensatory picks? All right, Denver. Who gives a shit? Okay, corner, Riley Moss. Okay, it's a little early. Okay. So corner, 6'1", 193 pounds, ran a 4.45 40. Good instincts and strength. Okay speed, can recover or can't really recover too well when beaten. Solid hands, good ball skills, very physical against the ball and as a tackler. Needs to be in a zone pace scheme. I think you can kind of move him around from safety to corner a little bit. I think probably line him up at safety mostly. Yeah, I think late third, early fourth was pretty good for him. He did have some injury issues as well, so pick is in for the Dolphins. Pouring my shot. All right. Let's go. We got guys. All right. All right. I don't hate that. Devon Achane. Very fast, very elusive, very small. Runs with some fearlessness to him, despite him being kind of small. Great burst, great complementary speed guy. I think teams should pair him with a more powerful guy with him. We don't really have that. Could be a very dangerous target out of the backfield. Can even use him as a slot. Very much a guy that you can use as a gadget player. Just find ways to give him the football and let him move. I seen him as like a second round talent. So yeah, I like the move. I'm guessing DeJuan Jones and Darnell Washington just got something wrong with them. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they got to have something up with them. Yeah, I like the pick. I like the pick a lot. I still hate our offensive line though. And we don't have any picks for a while. I mean, I'll stick around. I'll stick around for the rest of the night, I guess. Well, we don't have a pick till the 6th round now. Who the fuck did somebody just take? I wasn't paying attention. Deion Henley. It's a little early. Deion Henley going over Trenton Simpson. What the fuck? So 6'1", 230 pounds from Washington State. Good speed and toughness. Very active player. Inconsistent at reading his keys and anticipating things. Speed makes up for some of the mistakes sometimes. Good range. Not afraid to come up and hit. Pretty physical player. Gets down. Gets himself out of position sometimes. I think he'd be immediately a good special teams guy, but I think he's going to have to improve his mental part of his game a lot. I seen him as like a 4th or 5th round developmental player. I think it's kind of weird drafting him here. Tomorrow's gonna be rough, bro. Ain't got no picks to the 6th round. Maybe I come on later. I don't know. I'll see how I'm feeling. But, I mean, at the very least, we at least got 2 good players. Cam Smith and Devon Achane are 2 good players. I kind of want to shut this shit off and record my videos on them, but, I mean, we still could potentially trade up. I assume we're out on DeAndre Swift and Dalvin Cook, though. I assume we're not trading for a running back at this point, then. Which I'm okay with, personally. I'd rather trade for an offensive lineman if we're trading for anybody. I'd rather go for a tackle. I don't really have a particular player in mind necessarily, but gotta be somebody. All right, pick is in for the Ravens. They typically draft well. Let's see what they do. Yeah, I like Achane. Very elusive guy. I like the pick. I still think we have a massive hole at offensive line at both right tackle and left guard. But I do like the pick. Very elusive guy, very fast. I think he complements this scheme very well. I think you can use him as a receiving threat as well. Could potentially do some special teams things for you too. I seen him as like a 2nd-round player, so the value is definitely there. I just don't know what we're going to do at offensive line. I think continuing to put Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg out there is a really, really stupid idea. But, you know, who am I? Now the Niners finally get to make a pick after this. That's nice. Torrey Smith won 2 Super Bowls. Who else he won one with? Yeah. I mean, Shell's at least better than Austin Jackson. There's Trenton Simpson, and there's Baltimore drafting well. So Trenton Simpson is a great guy. Can play safety and linebacker for you. Very athletic. Just a fantastic prospect that should have gone day one. I don't know how the hell he falls this far. That's a fantastic pick. That's a fantastic pick. I would have rather Trenton Simpson than Achane, though. Just because it's a more needed position. Fantastic player. The Ravens can draft, though, man. Damn. They're so damn good at drafting. The Niners are interesting here. They finally get to make a pick. Let's see their depth chart. Offensive line, maybe. Edge. But I don't really like any of the edges like that. There's Kyle. What are you doing? All right, Jair Brown. All right, let me mark that he's been drafted real quick. Little weird. But he's kind of a safety / nickel guy. And you're right, Miami definitely has the best track team. We are fast as shit. You are right. So Jair Brown, 5'11", 203 pounds, ran a 4.65 40. So not super athletic for a DB. Not super agile either, but very competitive, good motor. Gets baited into mistakes sometimes. From what I've understood, he's a pretty good leader and, pretty hard worker. I kind of see him as more of a special teams guy. I think this is kind of a reach. I've seen him as like a 4th or 5th round guy, personally. We're getting to the end of this round. We can finally see all the picks left on that bottom thing. I approve. Jaguars pick is in. All right, cool. All right, that's not a bad pick. Tank Bigsby from Auburn. 6 foot, 210 pounds, ran a 4.56 40. Runs a little bit high. Has ran with a pretty bad offensive line, so he can do that, which is nice if needed. Good power, has a little bit of wiggle to him. Good vision. Needs to clean up the fumbles big time, mostly for a zone scheme. Tries to do too much at times. Drops the ball a lot. I seen him as like a midday 3 guy. It's a little early for him, but I mean, Jaguar is going to Jaguar. I mean, it could be worse. The fumbles and the drops, especially the fumbles, are definitely things he's going to have to clean up big time. Mark him. I forgot to mark Tajik Spears as drafted. Good night, bro. I'll be checking out Chris Greer's thing probably in the morning. I'm going to give my thoughts on our players in separate videos, either tonight or tomorrow. I don't know, one or the other. I don't know yet. And then, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for the draft. I should be here starting from the 4th round. I might just wait until the 6th because we don't have any picks until then. I don't know. We'll see. But good night, regardless, if you're taking off. Rams pick is in. Let's go. Let me look at the Rams depth chart since we're on a commercial break anyway. See what they need. Why not? I ain't doing nothing else. They drafted Steve Avila and Byron Young, the edge rusher Byron Young. Yeah, they need receiver. Big time. Maybe a guy like A.T. Perry, Matt Landers. I mean, whatever. Let's go. They really need receiver big time. After Cooper Kupp, Van Jefferson, it gets a little suspect. Ben, white dude, is okay, but they really. Kobe Turner? I don't think I watched him. I didn't. I didn't watch him. Don't know. Didn't watch him. Cowboys. I don't know. They drafted Mozzie Smith and who? I don't remember. Oh yeah, Luke Schoonmaker. They could use a running back, maybe. They could definitely use some receiver help. Linebacker. Corner is always a need. There are some good corners still available. Khalil Ringo is a guy. I don't know how the fuck he's still available. All right, bro. Don't make it about you. Oh, okay. Demarion Overshown. Sure. Okay. So let me mark that he's been drafted. Pretty rangy guy. Former safety. Linebacker, 6'3", 229 pounds, ran a 4.56. Needs to get a little bit stronger. Doesn't deal with blocks very well. Not the best tackler. Has really improved his mental processing, but I think he could still get better. Can blitz with his speed. Good coverage linebacker. That's mostly what you're going to use him for. I had him more as a fourth round, but late in the third makes sense too. Pick is in for the Bills. Let's fly through these, man. Let's wrap this up. I want to record these videos and go to bed. What trade just happened? Something with Pittsburgh. Yo, stop. Doyle Williams. Okay. From Tulane. 6'1", 228 pounds, ran at 4'4", 940. Team captain, very athletic. Moves kind of like a box safety. Could stand to get a little bit bigger. Needs to slip blocks a little bit better, but solid coverage linebacker with special teams experience. Has potential to be a backup will linebacker with some, or even low level starter. I seen him as more fourth, fifth round guy, but do your thing. Bills aren't, in my opinion, doing as well as they usually do. All right, pick is in for Kansas City. Let's move. They're talking about tackles. DeJuan Jones is the only tackle I like left. I don't like anybody else after that. Tackles is pretty wiped out. There wasn't that many good ones in this class. Let's announce the pick. Let's announce all of them. Let's go. I am sleepy. I want to make these videos and go to bed. These videos will probably come out in the morning. I don't know. We'll see. I might get them out tonight. Who the fuck knows? I'll get them done probably tonight. I don't know when they'll come out. We'll see. We'll see what I do. I might get them done and schedule them. That way I can just sleep in. Not have to worry about it. Draft don't come on until noon. Might even go get some breakfast in the morning. That sounds nice. Shout out to them, but bro, I would like to wrap this up. Going on 4 hours. Wanya Morris. Did I watch him? If I do, I gotta check my notes because I don't remember him. I didn't. I didn't watch him. Okay. Never mind. I did. I did. Never mind. Athletic, 6'5", 307. Athletic guy. Not super strong though. Hands are kind of inconsistent. Doesn't really move people. Has played both tackle spots though, so potential swing guy. Some decent traits, but very raw. Not really a big fan of him. I seen him as like a 5th round guy. All right, come on, Pittsburgh. No, Pittsburgh's pick is in. Steelers are kind of killing this, to be honest. They're usually a team I don't really think drafts well, but they're doing pretty well. Broderick Jones, Joey Porter. I mean, Keanu Benton wasn't a great pick, but position in need at least. Linebacker, or I still think a receiver at some point would be good for Pittsburgh. Noah Sewell would be a good fit for the Steelers. As would Ivan Pace Jr. I think Ivan Pace probably fit better. $10.46, man. Let's go. Let's get these picks wrapped up. What picks do they have at this point? Yeah, they still have a 4th. I would probably take Ivan Pace or Noah Sewell or whoever their best linebacker is on their board now, and then go get a receiver tomorrow. Edge would also make sense. Like Andre Carter or something, but I'm not really that big on him. Well, let's go. Let's go. Let's see what Pittsburgh does. I've actually kind of liked their draft for once. Damn. Damn. Yo, the Steelers are actually kind of killing this. I mean, Darnell Washington's a fantastic prospect. He's 6'7", 264 pounds, massive, fantastic blocker, great at contested catches. That's a fantastic pick. Pittsburgh's killing this. I didn't really love the Keanu Benton pick. It's not terrible, and it was a position in need, so I'm not going to tear them apart too much. But besides that, they've done very well for themselves. And him and Pat Freiermuth together with Najee Harris, that's going to be great. And then you can go get a receiver tomorrow. Pick is in for the Cardinals. Great. All right. Okay. Senior Bowl guy. Stanford, 6'2", 213 pounds, ran a 4.58 40. Good effort guy. Always going full speed. Not a good route runner. Ball skills are kind of lacking. Good run blocker. Probably going to be a good special teams guy. Has had injury problems before. Team captain. Only played 14 games in the last 3 seasons. Doesn't handle press coverage very well. I see him as like a 7th round player. I think this is a pretty bad pick, but you know, he's never healthy. All right, Bengals. Let's fly through these, man. Let's get it moving. I'd like to record these videos and get done. Damn it. Hand sanitizer. Dropped a bunch of my fucking leg. All right. Awesome. Glad to see. I mean, that's great. But let's go. Yep. Let's push through this though. Yeah. Shout out to everyone that served in Vietnam and all wars before and since. But let's let's finish this. It's almost 11 o'clock. I'd like to get some videos done tonight and go to bed. Come on. Let's go. Okay. Kind of interesting seeing him go before Antonio, but okay. Okay, Jordan Battle, 6'1", 206 pounds, from Alabama, has the size and speed you want. Pretty decent instincts, does his job and doesn't get out of position. Can play cover 2 or cover 3, but doesn't have the range of a true free safety, in my opinion. Not really a thumper either. Sometimes misses tackles too. I see him as a solid third-round strong safety, so this is pretty good for him. Pretty good value. I just thought Antonio Johnson would go before him. All right, Detroit, let's go. Let's fly through these picks. Detroit's pick is in. They were excited to make it. Let's get it done. Detroit traded 3 picks tomorrow. Okay. I didn't watch him. I didn't watch Broderick Martin. He might be really good. I didn't watch him. Can't judge. Sounds like a nose tackle based off of what they're saying, but I didn't watch him, so I don't have an opinion. All right, Washington. Let's get through your pick. Their pick is in. Let's keep it flying. No, don't go to commercial, you piece of shit. It's supposed to be over at 11. I also want to check out Chris Greer's press conference tonight. See what his thoughts were taking Devon Achane and my man's corner. Fucking, why am I blanking? Cam Smith. Curious to see what his thoughts are. Definitely will be checking that out. If I don't check that out tonight, I'll check it out in the morning. I'll probably just get these videos done and go to bed. Get them scheduled. They'll probably come out in the morning. I don't know. I might try to get them out tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Washington. Manuel Forbes and Tre'Davious Martin. I could go quarterback. That'd be funny, like Jaron Hall or something. But probably not. I need O line, but who the fuck is left? I mean, Andrew Voorhees is left. Jarrett Patterson, Chandler Zavala, Jackson Kirkland. I mean, there's some okay guys, I guess. Tight ends kind of wiped out. Josh Weil. I got no idea. Come on. Pick is in. Let's get through all of these picks. Let's get through all 6 of them right now. Let's run through them. San Fran, you got 2 picks in these 6. Let's know what you're doing. I don't care if you draft well. Just know who you're picking. London Fletcher again, I think. Okay. All right. Ricky Stromberg, Arkansas, 6'3", 206 pounds, center. Decently athletic and strong. Not much body control, though. Mostly a zone blocking guy. I don't like his feet. Good angles, though. Good line calls. Could stand to get a little bit bigger. Needs more knee bend. Plays a little bit high. Hands outside. I'd like to see him get his hands back inside. Looks for work. Climbs well. I think he's a decent center. This is actually a pretty solid pick. Pick is in for the Browns. What you got, Cleveland? This guy's just announcing all the picks, huh? Siaka Ika, okay. I don't need my notes for this. Just a big ass nose tackle. 6'2", 330 plus pounds. Big ass guy. You can't move him. He's not going to give you anything in the way of pass rush. You're not going to use him on passing downs, but he will help plug the run. He will eat up blocks. Just a nose tackle. He's pretty good at it, though. Good pick. Good pick, though. Cleveland's only had 2 picks so far, and they were in the 3rd round, but both picks were pretty solid. Cedric Tillman and Siaka Ika is a pretty decent haul. Niners pick is in. Let's push through them all. Jake, I wasn't expecting a kicker. Okay, hang on. I do actually have notes on him. Jake Moody, kicker from Michigan. Not a big fan of him, actually. 6'1", 209 pounds. Only 2 seasons as a full-time kicker. Came in clutch when his team was struggling, which was great. Very reliable on anything less than 40, but pretty inconsistent anything beyond that. Can do kickoff, but he doesn't have a massive leg. Did hit a 59-yarder once. I seen him as like a 7th-rounder undrafted guy just because he is a kicker, and I don't think he's like extremely special. I don't love the pick, but the Niners have a great team, so go for it. No, don't go to commercial. Well, the good thing is we should be able to push through all 3 of these afterward. I was not expecting Jake Moody tonight. Bet you weren't expecting me. I mean, no one's watching at this point, but I bet no one was expecting me to have a Jake Moody opinion. Raiders, are you gonna do some goofy shit? I think I want to do this for myself. This is an easy note to either Dolphins players. Let's do that. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Raiders, I guess I can talk about them. Why not? I'm not doing anything else at the moment. Tyree Wilson, Michael Mayer, Byron Young. Actually, that's not a bad haul so far. They could use O-line and corner. I mean, Khalil Ringo's right there. As far as guards go, Andrew Voorhees is there. Come on. Yes, let's get the Raiders pick. Trey Tucker. Okay. Wide receiver from Cincinnati. Trey Tucker. There he is. Wide receiver from Cincinnati, 5'9", 182 pounds, ran a 4.4 flat 40. Good speed and quickness, struggles with contested catches. Gadget guy that can create space a little bit. Good yak guy, high ceiling player. I think he could improve as a route runner, but is easily knocked off his route right now. Not much finish. Has 2 kick return touchdowns in the past, so he is a good special teams guy. Very competitive. I seen him as a solid 4th, maybe 5th round. A little early, but overall, I think it's a pretty good pick. Decent gadget receiver that gives you return value. Makes you not have to use Hunter Renfrow for that. All right, Niners. Okay. I wasn't expecting him to go tonight either. Cameron Latu from Alabama, 6'4", 242 pounds. I think he needs to build a little bit of muscle in his legs. Decent blocker in space, but I don't really like him in line. Decent route running for a tight end. Has a lot of focus drops. Will attack the ball, though. Decent acceleration. Doesn't really box out defenders much. Doesn't really get much in the way of yak. Accelerates through the catch window, which is nice. I seen him as a 5th round guy. Don't love the value. But whatever. But like I said, I mean, if you're going to take a tight end, I don't really have anybody that's immediately better. I mean, Josh Weil from Cincinnati maybe. But it's kind of washed. All right, last pick of day 2. Minnesota's pick is in. Don't drag this out. He's gonna. Okay. Mekhi Blackman. Cool. USC, 5'11", 178 pounds, ran a 4.47 40. Very aggressive and physical. Will get penalties at times. Good in press. Very grabby. Hips aren't great, and I think that's why he's kind of grabby. Not as good in off coverage. Not a great tackler. I see him mostly as a nickel guy. I see him as a 5th round talent. Don't really love it, but we move. But yeah, let me go ahead and mark that he's been drafted, and that's going to wrap this up for tonight. That's all the picks. It was fun as a Dolphins fan. We didn't really get the positions I felt like we really needed, but we did draft 2 good players. So I'm kind of happy. I'm going to wrap this up. I got a couple videos I want to make and stuff like that tonight. Try to get them out either tonight or tomorrow morning. Got to watch Chris Greer's press conference. So, yeah. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. Once this becomes a video, I'd appreciate hitting the like button if you haven't already. If you have any questions or comments in the comments down below, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.